Councillor Moody. We'll start with a karakia with Councillor Moody.
Whakataka te hou ki te uru, whakataka te hou ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. I hiaki ana, te atakura, hei tio, hei huka, hei hohu, ti hei mauri ora.
Ko tēnei te rūru, te koukou mai nei, ki hai mā hititi, ki hai mā rakaraka tūpokanui o te rūru, te reko. He pō, he iau, ka aua, ti hei wā mauri ora. Nei anō te mihi ki a koutou, ko rawika mai tēnei rā, ki ngā kai kōrero ki te haramai, nau mai haramai, i wanganui a tātou. I ai tēnei rā, nau mai haramai hoki, mo tēnei rā, mo te mahere tau, mo tēnei kaunihere nei, aha ko te aha, kei ko nei tātou, hei poti mo tērā mahere a tau, nā reira aha ko te aha, i tēnei wā, ko te reo Māori te tei reo, o tātou katoa, aha koa e te tuarua i tēnei mahere a tau, ka tūtonu te reo Māori huri noa i te ao, nā reira kia kaha, kia mai, kia wana nui, ki te kōrero te reo Māori, nei te mihati ki a koe, nek nau i whakatūwhera nei, tēnei hui, tēnei rā, no reira tēnā koe, huri noa, tēnā tātou, nei te mihi, kia ora, kai whakaari.
Kia ora, Deputy Chair. Cranwell, thank you very much, and welcome to the 606th Council meeting. I have been informed that there's a quorum present, and I'm pleased to declare the meeting open. No apologies have been received. However, I do want to note that Councillor John Sunkel will depart through the meeting to do a oral submission to the Select Committee on the Civil Defence bill that's going through Parliament at the moment. Are there any conflicts of interest on today's agenda? We will have two public forums sessions today. First up, we've got Jenny Fisher, who is a trustee for the South Island Wildlife Hospital, is here today to talk about the South Island Wildlife Hospital in Otatahi, Christchurch, and we've got Mika Jensen joining online as well. You're already at the table? Excellent. So you have 10 minutes to speak. At 9 minutes, there'll be a little ding-dong, and then there's 5 minutes for councillors to ask questions afterwards. So, Jenny, thank you very much for taking the time and coming to us, and over to you.
I'm a trustee at the South Island Wildlife Hospital.
Just press your button, the one in front of you. Yes.
Did you hear any of that?
No, start again so the people online.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jenny Tokuingawa. I'm a trustee at the South Island Wildlife Hospital. I am presenting to you today with my colleague Micah, who is not in the city at the moment. Micah is our wildlife trained specialist vet with over 18 years experience in wildlife. She has residency at the Massey University Teaching Hospital and did her residency in zoo, avian and wildlife. She's got extensive experience through the major wildlife zoos in the North Island and has worked extensively with DOC, and we are lucky to have her in Otatahi and at our hospital. She's a MA in seabird nutrition, which of course is significant for us here in Otatahi. Today it's about you getting to know our kaupapa, our mahi at the hospital, and I hope that as councillors, and I think Ngāi Tahu representation is here today, that you feel inspired by the mahi we do and feel we can engage in future kōrero and partnerships with you. A little bit about us. Charity started in 2007. We've worked out of a small piece of land that Willowbank Wildlife Reserve gave us in their area, and we provide critical wildlife care, which is care and treatment and rehabilitation for wildlife in the Canterbury Banks Peninsula area. Our team is a full-time vet and two part-time vets and a series of incredibly dedicated volunteers. We're a charity, but we feel strongly we are a critical infrastructure piece to environmental Canterbury. Wildlife are indicators of water quality, of habitat condition, and emerging ecological threats. Habitat protection alone is not enough without the capacity to respond when ecosystems fail. Hospital closes this gap and supports a stronger wildlife population and increases significantly to our ecosystems. We are part of Otatahi's environmental identity, and a functioning wildlife hospital is part of a vibrant, caring city. So we are very strongly committed and passionate about what we do. A little bit, this is just a snapshot, if you can see it.
Is there some slides that are meant to come up on the screen? They haven't come up yet.
I'll just carry on talking to this. It's just a slide about the areas that we work in. It's providing advanced care to wildlife, providing ecosystem support in terms of looking after our tonga and endangered species, biomonitoring and surveillance. We report to MPI on emerging threats to wildlife, disease.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. This is a page. Just by monitoring disease surveillance, we respond to disaster response, education and research, and we have a strong engagement with our local community. Our hospital functions on community partnership. We want to grow the hospital and everything it does, including our clinical practice, through to educating and engaging rangatahi, young people, all diverse areas of our community, to be able to engage in teaching and learning opportunities through this hospital in this urban environment, connects us to the wider city. A little bit on the kaitiaki of our kaitiakitanga of our hospital. We all know it's a privilege to work with our native wildlife and tonga species in the hospital. We have just begun last year to work with Ngāi Tahu Manu reps in terms of being able to understand and bring Te Ao Māori and tikanga practice to our clinical practice. And we are just meeting with Papatipu Runanga environmental advisors later this month to just engage a bit more on the ground with them. We have massive conservation group connections and Pohatu Penguins Care Conservation Trust. So we have a wide extension in what we do, not just in the hospital. I'm going to hand over to Micah now, and hopefully we can hear you.
Kia ora, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to tell you about the clinic. Basically, for a small group of people working out of 2 small container ships in a car park, we punch well above our weight and we know how to stretch a dollar. As you can tell from these stats, we saw 670 patients last year, and that number is growing steadily. Since we started, we've seen over 6,000 patients, so back from when we first started, and we've seen over 179 different species. So we really have a biodiverse caseload. I'm going to do this because I can't touch the button, so you see me do that a bit. Just trying to tell Jenny to click it. This graph is just to show you that 90% of our patients are from Canterbury. And I can tell you that since we're the only clinic within 5 hours, no other clinic's going to appreciate a 670 patient load going there if we were to not be here. We have high quality veterinary care. We do a lot of cytology, just to flex through Jenny. We do a lot of cytology, hematology, biochemistry, toxicology, x-rays, surgeries. And when we need a little extra help, the clinics around town are more than well helpful with us. This is us doing a CT at one of them, because the clinics locally recognise how important the work we have is. Wildlife vets, we're hard to come by. It's because we need extra training, and the species we see are diverse, and their needs are very specific. Different foraging and medical and treatments. So just click on Jenny, because I could talk all day about that. I was one of our little guys being fed. But essentially, they each need very different, diverse things, which is why we're not GP vets. In fact, GP vets come to us to learn more about birds and to get upskill in it. Feel free to click on, Jenny. Oh yeah, these are all our little guys being fed. They're pretty adorable. We see a lot of common surgeries, fractured wings, fractured legs. That's one of our kids after a fracture repair. We see a lot of foreign body removals, like fish hooks you can see up there, and we see a lot of traumatic injuries. And we have a lot of amazing volunteers. Our goal and focus is always critically and nationally endangered taonga species. That's where our majority of care and time goes to, but we see a lot of species through the clinic. So we'll see a lot of penguins, we'll see a lot of raptors, we'll see a lot of seabirds, because with our Canterbury's diverse, beautiful coastline, you have seabirds turning up in your pastures and pavements all over the city. As you can tell, we see a lot of beautiful taonga species. So by far the highlight and the goal is always to get these wildlife back into the wild, the releases. We're not going for 100% release rate. We're going for birds that will go, or wildlife that will go back into the wild, fat and ready to breed and contribute to the genetics and biodiversity of the region. And every patient that comes to our clinic tells us about the wildlife and habitat health in the area and ways we can help and mitigate their threats. And as you can tell, it's pretty inspiring stuff. So we provide ecosystem support. We support keystone species. We mitigate that really important impact between human and the wildlife interface, all of the dogs and roads and windows and lights and all the things that cause effects on wildlife, both in urban and wildlife environment, and the effects of climate change, habitat disturbance, pollution, toxicities. And we are your local wildlife emergency response for oil spills, mass mortality, disease events, that kind of thing. I forgot it, like, kind of thing with the slides. So I do not have time to go through all of it, obviously, but we're going to flick through a few highlights, just give you a taster of the cool stuff we do. One of the main species we see every summer is juvenile spotted shags. They come in absolutely starving and emaciated. These are from, weather warming events, lack of fish, you name it. There are some very huge impacts going on. But basically all through the year, we're seeing, all through their breeding season, they turn up starving, emaciated, they sit on the beach, unable to, without enough energy to forage, they get attacked by dogs, and ultimately they die of parasitism and malaria. They look like this beautiful adult that came in tangled up in fishing lines, so they look kind of drab when they're younger, but beautiful as they get older. And this is a really powerful species for me to see, because as a kid growing up in the Hauraki Gulf, these were really common. We saw them all the time. Now we never see them. Now we have decoys on islands to try and attract them back because their numbers have plummeted there. However, in Banks Peninsula, you have a stronghold for spotted shags, so it would be really powerful to look after that. Here's an example of our shags being fed in clinic. There's just one of the 4 feeds that they will get a day to try and fatten them up enough to get out. We're very lucky to have support from places like Akaroa Salmon and the salmon smolt fisheries who will donate fish to us. However, not all fish is the same, so we have to buy $1,800 worth of anchovies every 6 months to treat our penguins. Here's a beautiful community release. We just released 7 shags last week. Click on. We are your early warning system for environmental health. We are going to identify the disease outbreaks, the toxicity, the pollution, that interface between human and wildlife health. We do disease investigating for MPI and DOC. We do avian influenza screening, and through that we pick up a lot of welfare cases, like these karere, which were being shot in Rangiora. We also do, as you can imagine, you've heard a lot about avian influenza. This is the biggest threat to biodiversity resilience that you will come across in our time. This is massive. It is causing great devastation in the Northern Hemisphere. It's in Antarctica. It's coming towards us. We have the skills, we have the expertise, but we are under-resourced and we do not have the facilities to respond. Something we see a lot of is botulism outbreaks from wastewater treatment ponds around the place. Basically, birds present en masse, fed anything from 40 birds to 1,000 birds, depending on what year you have an outbreak. Here's a lovely picture of a putangitangi having a nice bath after he's paralysed for 3 days, and we treated him through that. What we do is, if you go on to the next part, you'll see, if you just flick through these, Jenny, this is a spoonbill. Whenever we have a release, we try and turn it into a positive community moment, and we're very lucky to have these opportunities to raise community awareness, and more lucky to have guidance and support from Ngāi Tahu to make sure our kai te akitanga is good and that we're working to raise community awareness together.
We've just hit the time. Have you got anything that you just wanted to close off with so that we can get councillors to ask some
If you can give me 2 minutes, I'll give you a very quick
go
run. But if you go back, go back a bit. Zara?
Zara?
Sorry, no, go back a bit. So we've got, you can learn about our lead toxicity research. You can go to RNZ or read children's books about it. We do a lot of community and conservation outreach. We will be, there's beautiful stories of all our volunteers there and our beautiful education programs that we have. We get beautiful donations from everyone. And one of the things that's most powerful, if you pause on this for a second, is we bridge that divide between public misconception and wildlife conservation. So when you treat a yellow-eyed penguin covered in dog bites, like you have here, you don't go down the street and buy the yellow-eyed penguin chew toy, which is there. So our impact on the community is massive. I just will tell you about this one person, Zara. She's really awesome. She's one of our volleys. She kind of sums it up. We're very lucky to have her. She's been with us for 2 years, and she's a single parent from Kaiapoi with 3 kids. She comes to the clinic. This is her at midnight helping us do a blood transfusion on a kiwi. She's a nail technician by trade, and so she loves the bill repairs and things like that. And she's going back to school to retrain to get her university entrance and go on to become a vet nurse. So if you click on one more, sorry, this one right here. Future challenges. Avian influenza is coming. We have the skills, expertise, we don't have the resources. Our ability to respond depends on our support we get. We need sustainable ongoing support and ongoing strategic partnerships. Go to our very last slide, Sarah. Jenny, sorry. The last one with the penguins.
No.
Oh, well, we'll go here. Questions. Basically, I've worked at 3 clinics in the North Island have all started out of boxes like us and have become major critical infrastructure for cities because people want to see wildlife treated and helped, and it's such a wonderful way to protect your environment and look after it. We want to expand and have a beautiful clinic that can have expanded volunteer support and education, and we would love to collaborate with you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for the amazing work that you do. It's really cool. I thought if I wasn't a politician, I wanted to have a bird sanctuary, but I ended up in the wrong space. I've got a question from Deputy Chair Cramwell, then Councillor Robinson, and then I've got Councillor Campbell, and then Councillor Faulkner, and then I'll have to close it off there.
Kia ora kōrua, nei te mea te kia kōrua. I'll probably have 2 questions. Just the first one, just regarding the bird flu. I think, Micah, you said the bird flu's coming, and then probably from Antarctica. I suppose is there nothing we can do before it arrives? And it's probably just being ready for when it does arrive.
There's so much we can do, and we've had a really good lead in. We've seen absolute decimation in the Northern Hemisphere. Australia and New Zealand are working very hard to prevent it. Basically all the wildlife clinics around the world are basically buffing up their quarantine and their interface. With COVID, it was a really good example of how much PPE and things you need. So what's going to happen is this is going to come. You're going to get masses of dead birds everywhere. You could have whole species collapses, like the 40% of the Peruvian pelican that's died in Chile. DOC's gone far enough to do vaccine trials in 5 of our rarest native species. That's how worried they are. And so basically every clinic that treats wildlife around the country and around Australia is doing a lot of education with the public and basically fortifying their wildlife clinics so that there is a space that all of the birds and the natives that aren't affected have a chance, because you've got those 670 patients from last year plus avian influenza on top of that. Plus, we won't be able to treat them for safety reasons in the same way. So there's been a lot of work, and we're in desperate needs of proper approaches for how we're going to handle literally masses of dead birds on the beaches.
Oh, thank you for that. Just one more. Just on the botulism. On the botulism, with the current our Christchurch City wastewater system, and then probably the smell and the effects coming out of that, is that causing any botulism, etc., in our avian bird life at the moment?
Yeah, massive. So we'll have a bunch of cases every year. Not necessarily the smell, but every year we have a certain number of botulism cases. But they present as, a bunch of dead birds and then a few live stragglers. We'll take the live stragglers, treat them for their paralysis and release them, but we'll do disease screening on that because it actually, botulism presents a lot like HPAI or Newcastle disease or invasive disease. So if you get a bunch of dead birds, people get worried. But it is perfectly normal for botulism to occur. You have a drought, the water rise goes down. It's a bit, basically, they start foraging on different maggot species and that pushes it off. So it is sort of natural for it to happen a little bit, but not at the extent that we see it.
Genevieve? Oh, Councillor Robinson.
No, thanks for the talk from up north and the talk in the room. Thank you very much. Just with regards to, you're saying it's a specialist hospital. Is it the only one of its kind in South Island?
So yeah, we were the...
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Carry on.
There you go. We were the... So basically, historically, all the wildlife patients have been sent to the North Island for treatment, your critical rare birds. However, we've been going since 2007 was when a charity first started, but it's really kicked off in the last few years. There is a clinic in Dunedin, and they are full and expanding with numbers as well. So now we're getting to the point where people want to see, it's such a beautiful way for people to get close to animals, be part of their rehab and release and sent off. So, working with Auckland, Wellington, Wild Base, these are all places that started out of containers and worked up to these amazing clinics. They become a really critical part of the city, and you'll see that with Dunedin Hospital. But for Canterbury, we're it. And we're it for about 5 hours. And they are not going to be able to take Canterbury species elsewhere.
Councillor Campbell?
Okay, really quickly, and just expanding on Yane's question about botulism, just looking at the where wildlife admissions come from slide, and we've got 63.5% from Christchurch. Do you know roughly what percentage of those would actually be botulism?
I can look up that data and get it back to you,
Okay,
but I don't have it on my head now.
Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner?
But botulism was sort of presented as one of the many that we deal with. So I was just trying to cherry pick a few interesting ones because basically when there's a disease outbreak, we're your forefront. And I just want to address one thing that the chair said a second ago where they said that, I would have liked to have a rehab centre. The beauty of this place is we have vets who are training up to be better at birds, but we have the entire community. People who have no background in wildlife whatsoever get to come and be part of these amazing experiences and releases. So it is one of the most wonderful ways people are interested in wildlife to be actively part of their conservation.
If I find time in my life, I might do that. Maybe after this part of my life.
Come on in, we need the volleys.
Yep.
Thank you for that. It's good to see the raptor on the front page. That's my favourite animal. If I was a Native American Indian, it would be my spirit animal. About 4 or 5 years ago, I rescued a kahu off the side of the road, and it took me about 3 or 4 days to find somebody that could look after it. It wasn't the wildlife hospital. There was a chap in Rangiora or somewhere that did it, and then we returned it to the property, and it flew around for a while, and it was quite good to see. But my question is, when I contacted the local vet, they didn't have a clue on where to direct me, and that would be something that would be quite good, because I know North Canterbury, we have a propensity up there to hunt and kill things rather than save them. But do you get into the schools so they have the information as well, and the vets, so when somebody rings up, they can just point us in the right direction?
We definitely, we have the school outreach programs, we have a hotline, we have a website, all of those things. However, we are currently working at capacity, so we can't possibly take as many species as we'd want to. Our point of this talk was to say there is a massive need, and we need the resources and the funding to expand. We would love to take them all, but that's not the goal. The goal is to get wildlife back into the environment and participate that side of it. So you'll find that a lot of vets, there's no funding, resources, infrastructure for this. That's why it becomes quite specialist with what they need and how to rehabilitate them and get them strong and get their feathers and waterproofing and everything as they would need to get out to the wild. Sorry, Jenny, you wanted to say something?
Can I just quickly add to that, I think one of the reasons probably why it hasn't been available widely understood that it's here in Christchurch is because it's been so clinical facing for so long. This year, it's my role as a trustee to get out in front of ECAN, City Council, everybody that is involved in the care of our wildlife, to be able to grow the exposure of what we do and the importance in what we provide for ecosystem protection and conservation. So we're getting there in terms of awareness around what we do at the hospital.
Sorry, I've got a number of other questions, but I do need to cut it off there. Unfortunately, we need to move on with the day. But I really do want to say thank you so much, Jenny and Mika, for taking the time and for the work that you do. We've got some resolutions here to up on the screen. I've got Councillor Robinson and Councillor Cramwell want to move and second that. Again, thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time. May I, all those in favour of that resolution, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. I'm sure we'll be in touch, and individual councillors will most likely be in touch as well. It's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem. So the next public forum is Chris Davis from Aspire Canterbury, the Chief Executive of Aspire Canterbury. He's here to talk to us about proposed changes to the total mobility scheme. Chris, again, you've got the 10 minutes to present, 9 minutes a bell. Why have I got that person calling me? Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. And then you've got 5 minutes to speak, questions after that. So, Chris, thank you so much for coming and speaking to us. I really appreciate it.
Doesn't seem to work.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Chris Davis taho, ko takumahi hei kai whakahaere mātua ki Aspire Waitaha. So my name's Chris Davis, I'm the CEO at Aspire. Aspire is the Disability Information Service for Canterbury, so we started in 1982. The easiest way to think about it is if you've heard of Citizens Advice Bureau, we are the Disability Advice Bureau. So the disability sector is quite complicated. People come to us with all of the questions that they have. We saw 10,000 people last year, so we're a busy service. The reason I'm here to talk about total mobility today is we are the main provider for total mobility cards in Canterbury. So we have 9,000 clients with their cards through us. We're the default provider for ECAN. So if ECAN gets a call about total mobility, they usually push that person onto us. I think we have about 9% of all the cards in New Zealand go through Aspire. The total mobility is it's quite a complicated space, and it's one of those spaces that there's a lot of subtlety around how it's used. So I just wanted to go over some of the reasons for total mobility, because it's people often have some misconceptions about it. So the purpose of total mobility is social inclusion and helping people live a good life and have what we call ordinary life outcomes. So in the disability sector, ordinary life outcomes means having the same outcomes that everybody else gets to have. Thank you, that's great, good one. I'll go to the next one, actually. Yeah, a good way to think of total mobility is that it's public transport for people who can't use public transport. So it's actually the last option for most people. Most people would rather drive a car, they'd rather have a family member drive them somewhere, they'd rather be able to catch a bus or ride a bike. So it's the last option. It's also the most expensive option by a mile. So it's not a nice to have, it's a must have for people with disabilities. There are some issues around eligibility that I'll talk about later. Yeah, the thing about total mobility is that for people with disabilities, they often get stuck at home. And when I say stuck, I mean it's very expensive for them to get out of home. They tend to be the people who are the least employed in our society. They're the least well paid, they're the most likely to be part-time. And these are the people who now have the most expensive travel choice. The reason I say most expensive is because it's much more expensive to catch a taxi than it is for other people to drive a car from place to place. I'll come to that in a minute. people with disabilities also have a really large administrative burden. So there's a lot of time and effort beyond what everybody else has to apply for funding, to attend needs assessment service coordination meetings, to go to extra doctor visits. There's a lot of extra admin that people have to do. There's also a feeling amongst the community of surveillance, of people always having to justify the choices that they make. And transport is a massive barrier. So isolation and depression is really real in the disability community. Total mobility is fantastic. It's such an incredible scheme. It really helps. It makes a huge difference for people's lives. I'm going to go into some maths. I wish I had pictures of amazing animals and penguins. And sorry, I'm aware this is maybe a little less interesting, but the thing I'll say about total mobility is it is more expensive. So for me, I hop in my car, I drive to the supermarket and back. It might cost me $1 in petrol. For a disabled person, that's a return taxi trip. So it's a $20 taxi, probably there, $20 back. They pay a quarter at the moment. So it's $5 there, $5 back. So I pay $1, they pay $10. So already it's significantly more expensive to do anything. Ordinary life outcomes is... So I have heard people say, oh, that person's used their total mobility card 100 times this month. That's completely unacceptable. Actually, an ordinary life outcome is, I would go to work and back, and I would go to the supermarket and back. That's 4 trips a day times 31 trips a month. It's 124 trips a month. So if you think about how often you use your car, it would probably be well over 100 times a month, just for ordinary life. So that's the thing with total mobility, is it can look like somebody is using it a lot and abusing it, but actually they're just living an ordinary life the same way everybody else gets to. I've put on there that third point that just going to work is 40 trips a month. So if I go to work and back 5 days a week, that's 10 trips times 4 weeks, it's 40 trips a month. So it can grow really quickly. The bit at the bottom I put there is just to illustrate how much it can cost a person on total mobility. This is just them paying their quarter. So if I live in Kashmir, I work in Papanui, Aspire is at the Braintree Centre in Papanui. If I catch a taxi each way, it's probably about a $50 taxi. My quarter that I would pay as a disabled person is $12.50, because it's 3/4 subsidy, quarter the passenger. There and back, that'd be $25 a day. If I go 20 times a month, it's $500 a month. So you can see quite quickly it becomes a very expensive option for people. That's just them paying their quarter. Of course, the subsidy is paying the other $1,500 for that person to get to work. And over a year, over 12 months, that's $6,000. Now, I don't know about everybody else here, but I am not paying $6,000 to get to work and back. So it is a really expensive option for people. There's a review at the moment, which I'm sure everybody here is aware of. There's a national review for total mobility. It finishes in July this year. There's already a decision made to increase the cost for taxis for total mobility, to reduce the subsidy from 75% to 65%. Again, the maths on this is kind of complicated, but the way it works out at the moment is if I catch a $40 taxi, it's $30, $10 subsidy passenger. So that's the 3/4, 1/4. When that changes, it'll be $26, $14. Now, I know that's kind of complicated in the maths. It sounds like it's just a $10 reduction, but actually for the disabled person, it's a 40% increase. So I've said that it's like a 40% increase in petrol prices. Just to be clear, there was zero consultation with the disabled community about this. No consultation whatsoever. They just overnight said, hey, everybody in New Zealand with a total mobility card, in July you will start paying 40% more for your transport, which works out, in my example before, if somebody's paying $500 a month, they're now paying $700 a month. If they were paying $6,000 a year, they're now paying $8,400. So that's already a massive increase that's coming in July. MOT and NZTA are also proposing trip caps and subsidy reductions. So there's other costs that are happening other things that will mean that disabled people are less able to use total mobility. Point 6, there's a big change coming, which is at the moment, the eligibility is a little bit loose. It's too loose. Aspire, we probably reject about 5 to 10% of the applications we get. I know other organisations don't reject any. So there are people out there who have cards who shouldn't have cards. When I met with MOT and NZTA in Wellington recently, we talked about it's probably going to go down 10% in users. So those two things together will mean people will be paying 40% more for their travel. There'll be 10% less people travelling. So I predict that next year, without the regional councils doing anything, there will be a reduction in the use of total mobility. So yeah, the reason I've said a double whammy is because some of the regional councils are also thinking of reducing their subsidy, their portion of the subsidy. That means disabled people will see a 40% increase in their travel costs, and then on top of that, possibly some caps on how many times a month they're allowed to use it, plus whatever the regional councils decide to do. So for some people, that will mean they actually just won't be able to afford to go to work anymore. They won't be able to afford to go to other things that they need to do. I'm just going to talk about one more thing, which I haven't actually put on the presentation here. There are some big issues around the way taxis use total mobility. I'm just going to front foot this, which is there are a lot of taxis rorting the system. Mm-hmm. And the rort is, there's two rorts. One is taxis are doing what's called a cap, stop, cap. So they go up to the $70 cap, they turn off the meter, they wait 5 minutes, and they turn the meter back on and do the next $70 cap. So that's fraud, but a lot of the taxi companies are doing it. The other thing the taxi companies are doing is they're saying to the passenger, hey, look, don't worry about paying your quarter, we'll just collect our 3/4. That actually means that there's no disincentive for that disabled person to travel as often as they like, whenever they like. Now, the disabled community go, actually, it's lovely for us because we don't have to pay our quarter. And I can tell you that as far as I know, all the taxi companies, there are drivers in each of the companies who are doing this. There are some companies like some of the other companion services who aren't doing it, but the cap, stop, cap, that's pretty common.
Anyway, we've just made the time on that. I've got a few questions here.
Absolutely.
I've got one question for you. At the start, you said a public transport service. Do you see this fitting in the public transport service, or do you see this as a health service? And where is it appropriately potentially to be delivered? If we're starting to think about long-term sustainability of this service, the hardest thing for a regional council is this is potentially an open-ended checkbook. But where do you see it best being delivered? In the regional council through public transport or as a health service?
Yeah, a lot of people put disability into health, but actually most disabilities aren't health. So if you have an intellectual disability, that's not a health condition. Probably one of the things NZTA will bring in is some squeeze on eligibility for elderly people, because the growth in the scheme is a lot of elderly people getting cards who... Some of them can actually possibly still drive. Some of them can. So we see people who can drive. We would, of course, turn down that application at Aspire, but I know other organisations are giving cards. I think it should stay in the MSD, DSS, disability support services space.
Councillor Mackenzie?
Yeah, no, thank you. And that was a good, Dion's question was a good segue for mine, really, because it seems to me the people you represent have the least choices. So when we look at our public transport delivery, we have lots of concessions for different demographics. But of all those demographics, the disabled are probably the people who qualify for a total mobility service, probably have the least choices, whereas we give free buses to students and kids and school kids and a whole lot of other people who have significant other choices. So would you agree with what I've just said in terms of how we should address our social, our response to social needs in terms of subsidised public transport delivery?
So there is a lot of political push to have free public transport for people with disabilities. Generally, the people who use total mobility can't use public transport. Sometimes they can use it on a really good day, but often it's an issue of they can't walk to the bus stop. They can't stand and wait at the bus stop. They can't walk onto a bus. But, yep, sorry.
Sorry, can I just clarify my question? It wasn't so much about which form of transport they use. It's more about the money that comes from either ratepayers or from central government, and our advocacy for where that pot of money goes. What I'm saying is that if you're qualified for a total mobility card, then you don't have the choices. So we should probably, as a disadvantaged group, we should be putting more money into that, regardless of what the mode of transport is, whether it's taxi or specialised buses or public transport, as opposed to putting subsidies into public transport for groups that do have choices to how they get around.
Yeah, I guess I'd say I don't see it as an either or, to be honest. I see it as a both and.
I need to move on with the questions. I've got a few others.
Can I just say, yeah, I think the total mobility is really important for people because it reduces all of those long-term issues that come from being isolated. So if you don't have that subsidised public transport, you can't get to work, therefore you're on a benefit, therefore you're actually pulling funds from somewhere else. So the analysis that's been done on total mobility shows that it actually is cheaper to provide that transport than it is to pay all the downstream costs that come from not providing that transport. Yeah. I don't know if that answers the question. Okay.
Who was next? I had a Councillor Moody. Oh, sorry, actually, it was Councillor Davies and then Councillor Moody.
Will the eligibility restrictions affect existing users?
Yes, they will. So that's one of the things that I have been talking with NZTA about, and so have some of the other organisations, is at the moment it's a card for life, which is really problematic, and it should probably have a 5-year expiry date so that somebody gets a card. After 5 years, they then have to reapply. They were talking about yearly, but again, that administration burden, that's actually problematic. If they do, so at Aspire, we review every card every year. Other organisations never review the cards. You get the card, it's a card for life, which you can see if somebody gets a card as a 17-year-old and they've got that card for the next 60, 70, 80 years, that's an ongoing cost. So yes, it would mean that every card gets reviewed every couple of years or every 5 years.
Councillor Moody.
Thank you. Great presentation, thank you. I'm aware you kind of ran out of time at the end, come up against the bell. Can you just give us the your request, I guess, like in conclusion, my recommendation is...
Yeah, thank you. So I would ask that the council wait a little while before making any decisions about reducing the council subsidy, because the changes that are coming at a national level will affect what happens at the regional level. Those changes will be announced or the findings from the review and the decisions will be announced in July at a national level by MOT and NZTA, who are both really keen to reduce the cost of total mobility across New Zealand, which will then flow on to reducing it at a regional level. And there will be some things around caps, usage, eligibility that come out of that review.
Got one more question from Councillor Lamont and then we'll close up.
Thank you for this presentation. It really does highlight a very important thing for our society and marginalised communities. From what I take from this, the savings that are envisaged with this will be a small percentage of the overall amount of funding for public transport, but the impact will be much larger in terms of negative change for these people. Have you considered utilising some public tools like the government's CBEX model, cost-benefit analysis model, and longitudinal data for long-term effects for removing subsidies on the subsequent cost for the government?
Yes, some of that work has been done. One of the issues with the disability space is the disability space, the health space and the transport space are completely separate. And actually health and disability are quite separate. So a lot of that work has been done at a health side of things, not necessarily on the disability side. And also another issue just to flag is that NZTA and Ministry of Transport running the review on total mobility is two organisations that know very little about disability. So the review that they've put out is really not disability friendly. So there's not an easy read version, there's not a sign language version, there's not a, so there's some real issues with it, especially for people with learning disabilities. Yeah, so yes, that work has been done, but not in a stitched together way. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris, for presenting that to us and highlighting some of the things and the plea that you have given to us is heard. So we will, we've got the resolution on the screen. May I have somebody who wants to move that? Councillor Campbell and Councillor Davis. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. We'll be in touch in due course. Thank you so much. And again, thanks for the work you do. Moving right on to deputations and petitions. We haven't received any for this meeting. I just wanted to note that we do have media in the room. Welcome to Will Harvey, covering our meeting today. We've got no extraordinary or urgent business, and I haven't received any notices of motion. So moving straight on to unconfirmed council minutes for the 10th of December 2025. Are there any matters of accuracy relating to those minutes? Nope. May I have somebody who, if I get the resolution on the screen. I'm going to have Councillor Ward move that and Councillor Faulkner will second it. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Now moving to item 8.1, adopting the draft annual plan 2026-27 for engagement, pages 8 to 13 on the agenda and pages 27 to 170 on the separately circulated attachments with the recommendations on page 8. We will have Garmin Marsh, the Organisation Performance Manager, Grant McKenna, the General Manager for Finance and Assurance, supported by Teflin, Bradford James, Director of Communications, and Giles Southwell, our Director of almost Governance and PT stuff, will be joining us as well. So I will hand the floor over to the staff to introduce the report, the draft annual plan, and then we'll move straight into it.
Kia ora, councillors. Thank you, Chair. So just starting off with me, and then I will hand over particularly to Carmen and Grant, who will take us through, and then Giles for any questions. So first of all, apologies from Amy Allison, the Director of Strategy and Planning today. So normally this would be her paper that she'd be reporting, but she's unable to be here today, so she's passed it on to me and the team. Today there's a number of resolutions, but we're asking you to consider adopting the draft annual plan for 2026-27 for engagement with the community. So emphasising the words draft and engagement in that sentence. So we have taken the guidance from Council over the last few months to take this annual plan out for engagement with the community, and I can talk a little bit more about that should councillors have any questions. And just re-emphasising that today you are being asked to consider for adoption the draft annual plan. So this is not your final annual plan for the coming year. This is where we take it out to the community to get their feedback to inform that final plan. So you're considering a draft today. Just to recap quickly on the process, so in the paper, which we will take largely as read, in paragraphs 2 to 7, it sort of outlines the background, the requirement under the LGA or Local Government Act for you to have an annual plan for the years in between doing your long-term plan. So this annual plan is for year 3 of the current long-term plan, which is for 2024, out to 34. So we have done a number of workshops with you, which you may hopefully recall, because I know some of them were immediately the new council hit the ground running back in November. So we had 4 pre-Christmas workshops, and then we brought some different iterations of the plan back to you in the interim. And thank you so much for all the guidance, because we realise we have popped back in and out of your lives with this annual plan multiple times over the last few months to get it to the position that it's in now. So the one other thing that, and I'm sure the chair will be able to talk to this as well, is paragraph 11 of the paper, which just refers to the context that we are working in with this annual plan. So although this will be a bit of a steady as she goes plan, for now we do recognise that obviously lots is changing. So during the year of this plan, there will be consideration as to how do we take into account what the changes mean for the organisation. So there is just one other thing that I do need to draw your attention to. So one of the resolutions is for the Chief Executive to be delegated authority to make any minor changes and editorial changes to the document itself. One of them that I do need to draw your attention to is that in the introduction and in the infographic, and in fact in paragraph 5 of your cover paper, it refers to the starting position for year 3 from when the long-term plan was done as 7.7% proposed rates increase. It is in fact 7.3. So that is a typo, but because it's an important typo, wanted to make sure that Council had visibility of that. So we will be amending that as it goes through into the document. But so with that, I will hand over to Carmen first up, and then to Grant to cover the detail of the core services. Thanks, Carmen.
Good morning, councillors. So I'll just briefly recap on the changes to the core services that are included in the draft annual plan. As Taff said, they are set out in the cover paper as well, but we'll just talk through them very quickly. So for the Environmental Regulation and Protection core service, there are no significant changes to our work programs, service measures or budgets in the draft annual plan at this point in time. However, ahead of the council deliberations and as discussed in the workshops on the draft annual plan, additional information may become available on central government reforms that impact our regional planning work, and also there may be further information coming through on the progress with our review of the Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan that may have a minor impact on budgets for that work. So we will bring forward those changes through to deliberations in May 2026 for your consideration. For the Community Preparedness and Response to Hazards core service, there are 3 proposed changes that we have included in the draft annual plan. So this is the inclusion of local funding for Tranche 2 flood resilience projects that have received funding from the central government via the Regional Infrastructure Fund. There's also the inclusion of 2 additional service measures, which are service measures 19B and 19C for our flood and river resilience service, to ensure we have alignment with the Department of Internal Affairs performance reporting requirements for this work. And there's also some potential amendments to come through to scheme budgets as a result of the river and drainage rating meetings, which are still underway at the moment but will be completed by the end of March. So for our public transport core service, there are some changes which are largely driven by decisions around central government funding. So these are the removal of the local share funding for service improvements on Route 1, which is our Kashmir to Belfast service. The removal of local share funding for service improvements on Route 5, which is our Hornbeed to New Brighton service. And then the removal of funding for heavy electric vehicle road user charges, as this will now not be required until 2028. In addition to those changes, you'll be aware we have the hybrid trial service from Rolleston to the city being operated by Bentley Coach Lines at the moment. The review of this trial will be completed in March and April, and if any changes are required as a result of that review, these will be brought back to council for consideration during the annual plan deliberations. We've also just heard in the prior deputation about changes to the total mobility scheme that may come through and may impact our budget for this work in the coming financial year. So we would bring that back in due course as well. That's just a brief recap of the changes we've covered in all the workshops and what's included in the draft annual plan with regards to our core services. And I'll just hand over to Grant to go through the financial changes.
Morena koutou. Thanks, Carmen. So I'm just going to recap some of the financial changes here. There's not too many of them. I guess you'll be pleased to know that. So the changes we've got in this draft annual plan really are focused on the risk-based assumptions that we talked about in the workshops. So we've got a reduction in the average interest rate in our fixed and floating borrowings from 5% to 4%, slight reduction, and a reduction in our OPEX and CAPEX inflation rates as well. So in terms of OPEX, and this is excluding public transport, by the way, there's a drop from 3.2% to 2.6%, and with CAPEX, that drops from 3.4% to 2.7%. In terms of the staff vacancy factor at 7%, there's no change to that in this draft plan. And lastly, as a result of guidance received from councillors, from yourselves, and including the changes recapped again today, the council's proposed total rates revenue increase for 26-27 is 2.9%. And that's the number we're working with. Thank you.
Is that okay? Excellent. Well, I'll go to councillors for questions. I think I saw Councillor Robinson and then Councillor Campbell's hands go up first.
Thank you. Well, I think so. When I look at the 7% vacancy assumptions, pair that with the low rates and the increase in the capping, and we see still changes in the environment that constrains our ability to achieve certain things. This feels very much like business as usual, and I know it's coming to a question. Do you think, though, that what's ahead of us and what we have to deal with based on these assumptions with the vacancy rates and the restrictions on our own rates ability, I guess, how confident are you going forward on this whole set of financial restrictions in achieving what we need to achieve, knowing while we're sitting here and the environment is still doing its thing or not doing its thing? I'm really concerned at, I guess, our restrictions and constraints going forward with the environmental concerns, I guess. Yeah. From a financial perspective, the risk, what do you see this as risky?
I don't see it as risky, but I wouldn't want to see it to be any less of a rate increase because essentially it's an inflationary increase that we're seeing here, and we are going to have cost pressures in the coming years, so I wouldn't want to see it any less, but I think it's enough for us to protect the position we have, the underspend that we've seen in previous years and the surpluses. So it's a case of protecting those and using the 2.9% to hold the line and continue to invest in environment and environmental things that we need to be doing, among other things.
You have one more, yep.
No, just sort of a comment to go to that. That's what I see we're not going to be able to do, is hold the line, because the environment still shifts and moves and we're still unable to do things as a financial risk. I think that is one. Business as usual doesn't work in this situation when we've got such massive environmental decline in certain areas that we need to be addressing. 7% and understaffing for environmental outcomes feels like a soft look at a environmental concern. So risk-based for finances. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think the important thing for councillors is to realise that the 7% vacancy factor is just recognising that at any point in the year there is turnover within the organisation. So it's recognising that out of our 700, 800, 900 roles, there will always be a portion of them that are out for recruitment. And we can change that assumption. In the past, it's been anything from 0, 5%. If we increased it more, it would reduce the rates take, but it would ignore the fact that in the current environment, it's likely that we may find it harder to recruit the staff and the skills we need, and therefore need to supplement those with external contracts or temporary resources, which will cost more. So supporting Grant in the comment of these are assumptions, interest rates are lower than they were. Inflation is lower than it was.
Can I just ask a question just based on what Councillor Robinson has said? The councillor has said something around understaffing. Can I just get an assurance that we are not understaffing the work that we need to do through this plan?
Correct, yes. And I was just going to say, I think because it's the delivery, I think you're asking is can we still deliver what we need to deliver? within those assumptions, and we're saying yes, that in this annual plan that we're resourcing to deliver the work that we're saying we're going to do. Yep.
To soften that down a bit, probably you're right, Teflin, sorry. I guess it's the staffing ability in the right areas, which is trying to say, without having to re-recruit other things, other people, or the creativity of it, and making sure that we get better bang for buck.
Okay, so I know I've got Councillor Campbell, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Davies.
Okay, so I've got 4, and I'll try and get through them quickly. And I'm sorry I didn't notice a couple of these before. So the infographic at the beginning, the reduction reflects updated cost forecasts and savings, not major changes to our services. I'm slightly concerned about that because you're right, it's not major changes to our services as they are now, but there are significant changes to public transport as was predicted in the long-term plan. And I just feel that that should be made a little clearer. And I wonder whether it could be made a little clearer in that 3rd bullet point, changes to national funding settings, which mean we can't expand some public transport services as was planned, something like that. I just think that needs... the next one was number 2 on page 21 of the document, which I'll just sneak to. Now, I did raise this before. The layout is a bit confusing, to put it mildly. I had to double read it a couple of times. So at the moment, what I figured out what is happening is that top left and right column are meant to be read, and then you go on to the next topic beneath it. Whereas that's just a simple subhead, and it should flow down and up. I had to stop and read that. Yeah.
We have picked that one up as well, thank you. There's a little bit of a gremlin on that page that's not allowing us to run the text together, but we will try and redo the whole page to fix the gap.
The next one was on page 60 is the first place. So basically, I mean, if I tell you this, you'll understand what I'm talking. You won't need to be there. You've removed the reference to what the shading means on the page where there was no shading, which is cool because that makes sense, but then haven't added it on the pages where there are shading. So just need to double check that so that there is an explanation of it. I've got page 60 and page 60, 61 and 63. And so my only other comment is thank you for the changes that you've made to emphasise what we talked about in the last time about what's important to people and highlighting changes and bringing them to their attention. I think it makes it better. I don't think it makes it perfect. And so I'd just really like to emphasise that I think it's really important when we are working on our long-term plan that there's engagement with ordinary everyday readers out there before the document's put together about what's going to make it easier for them to make sense of it, summaries of important changes, what they are, why they're happening and what they actually mean, and that if we can do that and get more people reading it with ease, it's going to make our relationship with the general public a hell of a lot better.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Before I come to you, Councillor Davies, I've just got one question. On page 128 of the supplementary, which is page 100 of the plan, it's our benchmarks. The debt affordability benchmark and the balanced budget benchmark. I was excited that we're finally having the first time that I've been on this council to have a balanced budget, but it says no. Is that a typo? Can we please make sure that, those two are both met, aren't they?
Yeah, correct. That is a typo. So the version that councillors have in front of them, we were meeting the deadline of getting it out to you for Friday, and we've continued to review this week and picked that one up. So that rest assured that will be corrected in the version that goes out for community engagement.
And the 11,212% is that correct? because that seems like a very huge number if we're talking about essential services benchmark. I just want to make sure that we're getting these things because these are important.
That one, I believe, although it seems...
Sorry,
right. That one, I believe, is correct, unlike the two above it. It's just a large percentage because of the scale of work that we do with essential services. That's why it seems so large.
So that's good. Okay, thank you for picking that up. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, just kind of regarding the reduction in funding of the routes 1 and 5 uplift. So within the long-term plan, we have 50% local funding for both of those routes. I'm just wondering around the rationale of not being able to repurpose that funding to 100% locally fund one of the route uplifts.
So with routes 1 and 5, as we've previously talked to council about, the dependency on the NZTA funding is critical. Ongoing discussions with NZTA, they do support routes 1 and 5, particularly obviously route 5 for obvious reasons. We are currently finalising the business case for that so that we are in a position where we have an agreed business case that supports the request to fund. It is then a need for NZTA to identify that any surplus fund is available during the current NLTP 3 years, or for it to be signalled for funding in the next LTP/NLTP rounds next year. There is an opportunity for us to accelerate that work if the business case comes with the right answer and we get appropriate references in a draft GPS, which will be due out later this year, which potentially would give us greater confidence working with NZTA that we could progress the work, at least initially funded 100% local share. But what we don't want to do is to do that without working with NZTA, because we don't want to set a precedent of funding 100% new or expanded routes when the agreement is that central government will fund just over 50% of those. So it's very much a live issue, I think is probably the short answer.
Just to help you with that, Joe, we spoke with NZTA on Tuesday morning regarding this issue. They're very well aware that we are progressing the business cases to get our ducks in a row so that we can present to them that we're ready to go with those two business cases, and if there is money in this third year of the Land Transport Fund, that we are the ones that want to be ready to pick that up, because our public transport system is, on those routes is chocker, and we want to make sure that those get the same uplift as what we had on Route 7. Any other questions?
Just supplementary. Just a supplementary on that. Just probably to Taflin. Will the engagement kind of specifically look at the reduction in the public transport spend?
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. So yes, in short, the engagement will be drawing attention to specific parts of the plan and of the core services. What it isn't, though, is consultation. So we're not putting out options. We're not saying we can do or not to do. We're putting it out as a plan that this is Council's position on this. But it will, of course, draw feedback from the community on those topics that Council can consider during deliberations.
Thank you.
Next was Councillor Scott? Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I've got a really
then I'll come to you, Davis.
lazy councillor question for you. Is GCP funding still included within this annual plan?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Davis, and then Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thank you. This is
Megan.
an engagement approach from your presentation here. So I'm really happy to see that point 23 is that the proposed engagement with the community is to raise awareness of the full range of services and seek an early indication of priorities for the long-term plan. I think that's super important. And to Ashley's point, when we do our engagement, which some of us have signed up for after the 27th of February, will you be able to give us a almost like a training so we can point public in the places that are important or the three core services so that those of us who are facing the, public, we have a really quick response to this plan?
Through you, Chair, for me. Yes, and normally what we'll do for councillors is back pocket notes, as we call them, so it just gives you those bullet points that you've got in your back pocket that you can come to. We also have had some questions through from councillors for some detail, so Councillor Gerard, for example, so we'll try and make sure that we've got all of those for you as well, so if that flushes out more questions as engagement goes along, then bring the questions in to us and we can make sure all councillors have the answers to the questions that you're being asked.
Councillor Megan Mackay.
Kia ora. I have 2 finance questions and 1 engagement question, but do you just want the finance questions now or?
The whole lot.
Great. Yeah. So my first question is around the 2.9% and just asking for a really just really easy answer of what that represents. And so is that a total rates revenue increase where you just go, this is what we charged last year and we're just going to whack on 2.9% now, or is it a per household average? And if it's a per household average, then does it differ for the targeted rates?
Yeah, so the 2.9% is the total rates take overall. It's not per average household. We do have a rating table that specifies the samples that we take from territorial authorities based on capital value and things. But that's really just a sample of those rates and amounts.
Thank you. Moving to your assumptions in paragraph 18, I just wanted to know, with those assumptions, has there been sensitivity analysis undertaken so that we can kind of get a feel or an indication of whether or not, what type of analysis has been applied so that we can rely on the 2.9 as a point?
Are you referring to risk-based assumptions? Yeah. So in that case, we point to Bancorp in terms of the reports and information that they provide. So that's a really important reference for us, plus our own reasonableness assessment of that. So if you look at interest rates, for example, as well, which is a bit different to OPEX and CAPEX inflationary rates, we actually, again, are referring to Bancorp for that, but also making our own assessment of what's happening with the market. I should also point out there are different indices as well with inflationary rates that we can look to.
Okay, thank you. My last one is about engagement, and it's just a language question. And so it's paragraph 35. It talks about, so I know that we're going to be going out to the community to seek feedback rather than have a hearing. Yet in that paragraph, it talks about opportunities to make submissions, and I find that language quite confusing because I see that as part of a hearing process. Is it meant to be seek feedback?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It's a very good question. We do tend to internally use them. We use it interchangeably with those words. It should be feedback. Yeah, a submission. It does under the Local Government Act, that is defined, and that takes us down a particular path around consultation. So no, it should be feedback in here. Thank you.
There we've got Councillor Law Gerard.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, just pages 43 and 44, outcome F. I would like to, if we're actually going to be looking at community preparedness for braided rivers, when you're talking about nature-based solutions, I suggest that we perhaps reword that so that it's giving the braided river more room and enhancing the natural braiding as an effective long-term solution for flood resilience and hazard reduction, rather than at the extent of natural character. I mean, it's sort of like, what does that mean in hazard preparedness? So I think we need to rephrase that as more explanatory of what nature-based solutions actually would provide for river resilience.
So these outcome measures, the outcomes and the outcome measures were agreed by council through the long-term plan process, and there has been a lot of work put into standing up methodologies and being able to measure our progress against those outcomes with these very specific methodologies. So we can't change them at the moment through this annual plan. We would need to change them through the long-term plan process. So we're not able to make changes to what the outcome statement is or the outcome measure is through this annual plan process. But we were keeping a record of which ones councillors have provided feedback on that we will bring back for discussion through the long-term plan process.
Councillor Robinson? Oh, sorry, Councillor Sarah Gerard, did you have some further question there, did you?
Just a financial question. Just to confirm that they will be maintaining a annual plan debt repayment at about 2 million, is that?
So that debt repayment, that's more indicative. It really depends on what happens in practice. So in recent times, we've repaid something like 12 million in debt. It depends on the underspend and the surplus.
I think you're referring to the contribution to the reserves, general reserves. Yes, that's built in the continuing rebuild of the general reserves at $2 million a year.
Councillor Robinson?
Yes, just with regards to page 102 and the service measures, we used to have, when we didn't achieve something in the past or, in the close past, the past financial year type thing, we used to actually colour it a certain way, like orange or red, and it immediately drew your eye to the risk. We're not seeing this in here because I immediately jumped to my favourite little thing, which is the targeted coastal plan changes. And although it's still on here, it's shifted from notify from 25 to 26 to 26, 27 and probably 27, 28 if we're going the way we are at the moment. I'm just wondering if we could have some sort of clarification on there that alludes to the fact that it was not achieved when it should have been and it was not achieved again. Can we have notify in the 26, 27 target with a little bit of narrative as to why it's notified the following year, hopefully, than the year before, because it's not evident in any of the commentary. And I know it's a big thing to explain, but on visuals here, everything else is explained, and there's only a couple of non-achieveds. But this is a planning one that wasn't achieved. That's massive. So can we please have clarity over that? It's disingenuous otherwise.
There is further information on that service measure under the ERP core section, but we will review it again today and see what additional content we can add in to provide further clarification.
What I'm saying is, though, the other ones have quite clear narrative behind it, like achieving 90% or more. An achievement is not to notify as such. It's like, what stage are we at now to know that we're going to notify in that financial year for $1 million put aside? I'm sorry, I'm getting grumpy because I am.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner?
Thank you. Pages 84 in the agenda, 86, sorry, and 87. I just want to get a little bit of clarification around the numbers in the financial statements. We've got in the long-term plan versus annual plan depreciation and amortisation. There's about 8.5 versus 10, and then it drops into the next 26, 27 annual plan. So there's a 2 million variance there. And then in cash and equivalents, annual plans 14, almost 15 million, and we jump up into 26, 27 million. Then we drop down into cash brought forward on page 87. We go from 14 million up to 22.5. So I'm just trying to get a little bit of an understanding about what's behind those numbers.
I would suggest that the best way to address detailed questions on the financials is to organise a separate offline session with Councillor Faulkner and anyone else who wants to join, and we can talk through some of the details of accounting.
Follow the numbers through.
Yeah. We'll get that organised as soon as possible.
Any further questions by anybody? No, so what I'll do now is ask the staff to leave the table. Thank you so much for all of the work, for all of the staff time that's gone in since we've basically got elected into the role, and over the last few months with everything else that's going on. It's really good to get this, so thank you, and I think the council appreciates that as well. So we've got the 4 resolutions there. I just wanted to make a note around point number 4. That is on the 25th of March 2026. We are receiving a briefing around Aranui buses and a proposal for options on a trial service in that area to meet some of the concerns of the that have been raised by councillors. So that is an extra resolution that we've got there. So may I have somebody who wants to move that? I've got Councillor Scott wants to move it, and then Councillor Lamont second. So now we'll move into debate. Councillor Scott, do you want to start?
No, I'll wait till the end. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lamont, do you want to? Okay, who wants to start? Councillor Robinson and then Councillor Campbell. Don't be angry.
Oh no, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with, central government's narrative and our ability to achieve things we keep promising. And it feels like there's an absolute war on the environment and democracy at the moment, and it's a very uncomfortable space to sit, especially when you have people doing deputations about the environmental overload on these native species. And I'm sick to death of talking about the Coastal Environment Plan like it's a hindrance. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional because the lack of oversight for the last 10 years is weighing heavy on my shoulders. We've got cost-cutting themes constantly rammed at us, and it's always the coastal environment that suffers. We've got planning delays, we've got biodiversity targets strained. We've got monitoring expanded. No, we're business as usual, and not for our own lack of trying or wanting as people. Do you know, I came back to this council so hopeful, and we've got councillors in the room who are hopeful. But the narrative everywhere at the moment is lack of coastal monitoring and biodiversity, and just nothing is being achieved. And I'm an emotional person at the moment because it's actually too much. Business as usual is no longer fit for purpose. And people are suffering. Homeless people are suffering. Native wildlife is suffering. We can't, excuse my French, but gloss a turd. And it's really, really difficult sitting here in this space trying to maintain some sort of quorum. It's not about numbers anymore. It's about achievements and how the hell we're going to do it. Let's be creative rather than having this constant narrative of what we can do to make the books look good. If we don't save what we've got, I can't support this going out for engagement because it doesn't reflect my people or my environment. I just can't. Engagement is one thing, but I can't talk to something I don't support. I'm sorry. There's my debate, and I'm not going to apologise for being emotional because it's big. It's 15 years of my life trying to get coastal provisions, not a bloody thing. Can I have a tissue? Thanks. Sorry, but really, it's just beyond it.
Councillor Campbell.
First of all, I'd just like to support everything that Genevieve says. And that in our earlier conversations, while I fully appreciate that 2.9% will be very much welcomed by a very large portion of our community, there will absolutely be others in our community who will be looking at it saying what I've been saying. Is that actually the right thing to do? Or are there things that we should be doing that we're not doing that we could still do and maintain a very reasonable under 5% rates increase? Now, I've lost that debate, and so I will support this. But I think that Genevieve is absolutely right. And yes, we are facing cost constraints, but we do have to be a lot more creative than we've been during this. And we do have to say, what else can we do and how can we do it? So that's that support. The other thing that actually is related to that is that this document, although I will support it, needs a lot more explanation of change. Why this has changed from the long-term plan. It needs it in the financials. It needs it in the narrative. And I raised a lot of those points about the financials where there were significant changes from last year or from what was expected in the annual plan, and there was no explanation of why that had changed. That actually goes to what Genevieve is saying. We actually need to point out what the consequences of decreases and increases are. It's not good enough just to present people with a table and expect them to work it out themselves. So I sincerely hope that when it comes to our long-term plan, we will start from scratch in terms of the document that we produce. We'll start from what do people need to fully understand what we're presenting. How can we explain what's changed and why? And how can we explain what the consequence of that is? Is the consequence that, again, we ignore the coastal plan? Is the consequence that we're not doing some of the environmental measures that people might expect us to do? These are things that need to be explained fully in each document. And I think our failure to do that in the past is what's led to a lot of mistrust.
Councillor Davies.
Yeah, look, I support this going out for engagement. I mean, I'm just really keen to hear, particularly from those communities along the routes 1 and 5, as to their positions around the delayed uplift. So I'll be obviously going out into my communities out east with Ashley, who I note has been an amazing local councillor in her first kind of 6 months. So thanks for all the work you're doing out there, Ashley. So yeah, look forward to going out and engaging with those communities, and I'll probably get in touch with Taff about that too. I do think we are really in the backdrop of pretty much since I've got on council on the cost of living biting and just the nature of the economy and how tough our people are doing it. And so a 2.9% increase is good in that sense. However, we know that what often drives this cost of living bite that we're going through is energy prices, and public transport is a great way for people to reduce costs on travel. And public transport, as I've been so witnessing overseas, is just essential to urban development. So I'm looking forward to getting back into the country this weekend, getting stuck into the work. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I know that this annual plan is based on the last council's priorities and our long-term plan, and yet we have a new council, and I find that without I also note that management put a significant effort into saving money through saving money, which is expenditure through efficiencies. This has resulted in a significant change in the predicted actual numbers for our end of year numbers from last year's budget compared to those budgeted for, but this year's budgeted increase of 2.9% is based on last year's budget, not the actual numbers. And as a businessman, I find that an interesting way of actually budgeting for the future. And I think it should be the increase in rate rise should be based off the actuals rather than the budgeted numbers when we've put that effort in. And so I think that the headline number of 2.9% is actually to a degree misleading in terms of the extra expenditure we're budgeting for. And what concerns me about that is that if we don't do the budgeting off the actual numbers, there is a danger of not cementing in the reduction in expenditure and efficiencies that Stephanie's Chief Executive's team have worked so diligently for over the last year, and I'm worried about that. And the reason for that is that the ratepayers clearly, in my view, voted for a reduction in rate rises, by which they inferred a reduction in spending. I don't think we've gone through our proposed annual plan and reprioritised our programs, and I think there are programs that should be dropped out to fulfil our obligation to the messages I got from our ratepayers. And we haven't given the community choice, and I understand from Tafflin's answers to a previous question that was to avoid consultation rather than just engagement. But there are some things there which I think we should have reviewed, and one of them, for example, is the $25 rating unit levy for public transport for Ralston when we're not actually providing that service. That money, we're still raising it, we're still planning on raising it again for this coming year, but that's going into reserves because in fact we have no opportunity to spend it because Bentleys are providing that service to date for free. Now I know there's some issues around that, but it seems to me there are a number of programs that we have funding in place for where we haven't reviewed whether that should be done. So it's my intent to vote against putting this document out for consultation.
Councillor Megan Mackay and then Councillor Lamont.
Kia ora. I just want to build off what was just said, actually, which is recognising that this annual plan is actually delivering on the long-term plan that was set by the last group of councillors around this table. And my tikanga, when I come into a place where there's been previous leadership, I lean into that and I believe in them and I trust them. What I've been told is an appropriate decision for me right now is looking at the reform that is going to be confronting us, looking at the cost of living, that we need to deliver something that's quite low rates level for our community. And so that's why I've leant into this decision. I'm trusting the last councillors have actually made the right decisions in the long-term plan. I trust that we will therefore have the opportunity to make similar decisions in the long-term plan about what services we're expecting. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this annual plan going out in this form. I think that for this particular year, we need to wait and see what the new regulatory framework will be and to not support new initiatives unless we're actually really clear that there's a funded trade-off. So I'll be supporting it in the vote. Kia ora.
Councillor Lamont.
I support what is before us. I believe we have to live within our means or we will all go to hell in a handbasket. I think it's enabling progress within restraints. It's not a this or a that. We are not saying the environment be damned. What this is doing is making us look very hard at every dollar and have that sit beside the crucial environmental issues that are before us. The answer is not just a yes or a no or spend more dollars. that's not the answer. The answer is within the 1,000 considerations that we are navigating to get progress without killing our environment, without hurting our wildlife, but still enabling our people to make progress.
Councillor Claire Mackay.
Thank you very much. Look, I just want to thank staff for all the work that they've done preparing this, and our CEO for the leadership shown as well. This will be, I think, the first probably annual plan draft that's going out that I've going to particularly endorse.
Well, there's something in there.
Some people are laughing. I've certainly, I can't recall whether I have or not previously, to be fair, but never been very comfortable with some of our rate increases. So look, I think that what we do here is actually focus on our core business, and that has come off our previous council's work around the impact framework and focusing on our core services. So to me, that's really a sensible way, business as usual, particularly in the context that's been touched on that we're having to work in, and also the cost of living is really very real and has been hanging around for a number of years. Rates is one of the top 3 impacts or percentages of the cost of living, so really significant here. Yes, our rates rise from the ratepayers. We're collecting an extra 2.9%. The expenditure in this budget actually increases 2.5 million, which is about 0.7% on the rates, but you can't actually compare the percentages because from the rates expenditure, that's around 10 million versus the 2.5. So I'm probably a little bit different to Councillor Mackenzie, but I do agree with him that most of us would start with an actual figure. The problem with us in this role in local government is that we're actually making decisions that are starting 4 or 5 months out before we actually finish and have some actual figures. And in fact, they won't be reported in probably until September or so before we actually have that. And we can't actually look back 2 years because that jump is too great to be realistic. So look, I know that we're going out. This is a proposed figure, and there are some assumptions there that could change. There could also be some indications as we get closer to finally adopting an annual plan that will make a difference, and I agree that. Hope it's down rather than up, but anything around that figure's acceptable to me.
Deputy Chair Cromwell.
Kia ora tātou. Congratulate Councillor Claire Mackay. It's good. First for everything. Kia ora. And it is the first time it's going to be under 5%, and that's probably what I think Claire, Councillor Mackay is reiterating there. For me personally, I mean, I've heard previous speakers, and I know how hard it is, for some of those previous speakers in a sense of not seeing a continued uplift for the protection of the environment. I know the work of this is my 4th term, and knowing that each term, in a sense of looking at the environment and making sure protections are there, that has been uplifted each of those terms. And I suppose this is the end of the LTP, last LTP in the 3rd year, and you'd probably hopefully to see another step up. But unfortunately, where we are at the moment, it's hard. It's hard with all our government reforms. It's hard with financial constraints, not only on this organisation but on population community in general. I do note that seeing the uplift on the route number 7. And just seeing and we had a presentation recently on that, and seeing the growth in that route, and knowing that if we can put emphasis on PT, and Councillor Davies mentioned that before, if we can see that uplift and then getting people onto the buses, and it'll take people off the road, and it's kind of in a sense what we've been aiming for. But seeing that PT's taken our biggest hit on here, it's and then route 1 and 5. I would have loved to have seen both of those routes kind of continue like 7 and just seeing the uplift of use of PT across the board. But, I mean, at the moment we're not there. Hopefully in the future we can return to some of that work. But, that's to be seen. I was kind of umranaring whether, to support this, but I will support this going out for engagement. I believe, we need that, hear back from our community, but also knowing that, as previously mentioned before, some will like it, some won't. I do, support, going out and just knowing that, we're still there for the environment. We still have our work programs. We still have staff working hard as possible to make sure that we still have protection. So on that note, I will support this to go out. Kia ora.
Anybody else want to make a comment? Oh, sorry, I do have Councillor Ward, and then I'll go Councillor Davis, I should say, and then Councillor Mooney.
I'll keep it brief because a lot of the stuff that I'm going to say has been covered off. But firstly, I'd like to thank the staff and our CEO for all the work they've done on this document. I mean, it's amazing as usual. I will be supporting this document for going out for engagement. And I mean, it's delivered on previous LTPs that's been adopted around this table. It's tough out there for all communities, both urban and rural, and we can't continue having excessive rate rises that we have had in the past few years. Also note that sufficient savings that Councillor Mackenzie alluded to that was made in last year's expenditure, and our staff need to be congratulated on this. No mean feat. I know it's difficult as we wait and to work out where our future direction is going to be going, but we just need to work on that and look at every dollar we spend and cut our cloth to suit, but yet still keep achieving environmental outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Now, we've had 3 for and 3 against, and normally would not normally have everybody speak, but what I've got is I've got Councillor Davis, Moody, Gerard, Sunkel, Faulkner, which was every councillor. There's plenty of time for us to do that, so I'm happy for each of you to have a say, so I think it's important to have your say. So, Councillor Davis?
Yes, I'd like to support this going out to engagement. I think thank you, staff, and it's balanced, it's steady in this roller coaster that we're in, and I think our communities will probably appreciate that. But I do want to also acknowledge, what Ashley said about we do need to focus our energy on this long-term plan, and that needs to include the regional coastal policy work. And let's face it, in general, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement tries, but we do fail. We fail. There are gaps. But, as a society, we are working, and this organization is working very piece by piece towards improving those ecosystems that society is part of. So, I do support it, and we have a lot of work to do.
Councillor Moody.
Thank you. A tough document for tough times. I support this annual plan going out for engagement, and I'm pleased that it continues on the work of the previous LTP, as it should. And I look forward to our next long-term plan process, and I hope that in that one we'll be able to build on it and continue the good work and do more to encourage the diversified land use that we need to achieve both economic and environmental success and flourishing in Canterbury. Kia ora.
Councillor Gerard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, staff, especially for all the work in consideration of all our inputs that we provided you. I support the document for engagement. I think that's the most practical step forward. I am concerned about the 2.9% of the rate capping that will restrict ourselves moving forward for the work that has to be done for the environment. As I would have loved to have seen more non-regulatory regulatory initiatives, such as more input into things like waste management to reduce waste minimisation, preparation work for spatial planning, so like the environmental constraint planning, starting to work on that. Just more work that we could be doing other than not, our business as usual. So, but that I look forward to the discussions around the long-term plan, and obviously there's the time for those ideas and initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gira. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. I haven't been in the room due to other business, so I'm sure everything I was going to say has been said. I support this going out for the conversation that will be had with it. I thank the staff for their work, and a mix of really good work and some good fortune or misfortune, depending on whether you had thoughts and ideas about some plans. I think about public transport and some of the uplift that we could have done on the 1, the 5, and some of those places that are not available to us. But with demand out there in those communities as they expand and real wants and needs. So a little bit of a two-edged sword, but I'm pleased we're out with the number that we have, and we will work to try and improve the outcomes for others within the budgets that we have. Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you. I think the document is actually a very thorough and well put together piece. I do have a number of reservations in regards to the financial position that have caused me pause. But I have confidence in the staff that those questions can be answered. I actually had an internal debate as we were listening to this whether those concerns would be sufficient for me to abstain from approving it, but I don't think it is. The rates increase 2.9%. I think it's tough, but I think it's necessary that there are issues that need to be addressed, and by putting a low figure, and it could possibly have been lower, it encourages smarter conversations. It encourages us to send a message to ourselves like we have to work together and we can achieve these things. It's not about rates, it's about working together. So I will be supporting it.
All we've got left is Councillor Scott, but I'll come to you after I say a few words as well. I just want to again thank the staff, thank the Chief Executive especially for doing the work to bring this to us, but also want to thank the councillors. You're a good team, and we've come through this together to get to this point. We don't always agree on everything, but I think as a team we're trying to move forward in the context of the environment that we sit in. And Taflin mentioned around point 11 in our agenda, around the uncertainty that we operate in at the moment. There is a huge amount of uncertainty that we do operate in at the moment. And what we are doing, and I think one of the councillors said it, we are providing a stable platform to go out to our communities, to get the work that we've said that we're going to do, get that done, while looking for efficiencies within our organisation so that we can deliver them better and stronger. Personally, I would love to see this organisation, in whatever shape it takes into the future, being able to take the functions in the form of what we've got and transfer them to wherever they go in a very tidy and efficient way so that the work doesn't get lost. Because if we don't do that, with all the chaos of change that may happen, we may start seeing some slippage of the outcomes that we want to see achieved. And that's the risk, and that's what I want us to focus on, is making sure that this organisation is in a very strong position. And financially, we're in a strong position. And I think the councils that have gone past in the years gone by should be proud of themselves as well for getting us in a strong position. This is the first budget that I've seen while I've been here that we've got a balanced budget. Thank you so much to the staff for making that happen. We've got a 43% debt to income ratio, one of the lowest in the country. And I think we should be proud of that. We've got, we're making use of what we've got to get things done. Now, I need to recognise that Councillor Robinson and others want to see more in certain areas, and we need to find ways smarter within what we've got to deliver those, and we will work together to make those happen. I do want to say that I am pleased. One thing, and we should be focusing on the things that this is doing. There is a $700,000 increase in Indigenous biodiversity and Mihi Kai spending within this budget from what was signalled in the long-term plan. That's delivering tangible outcomes that the community can get involved with and can do. So that's just one thing. There are a lot of things that this budget will enable our communities to get in and get done. And that's a really good thing. So again, I just want to say thank you so much to everybody, all of the councillors especially, and I look forward to hearing the feedback that comes in so we can build that into the long-term plan, because as far as I'm concerned, we're here until the long-term plan, and I'm pretty sure that we'll be here to implement that, at least the start of it. So that's where we need to be focusing our eye on, focus our eye on what our communities want, what they expect, and what we want to see delivered in our communities, because we are still here until we're not, and we need to do a good job. So I'll pass over to Peter to close off the debate, and then we'll vote on it.
Is there anything more to say, Dale?
There is certainly
Question
much
I
more
would
to
ask
say.
you.
I'm sure there is, Councillor Scott.
We should recognise that this is a draft, and it's a consultation process that we're going into, which will identify some of those things that people have talked about their desires that they want for the long-term plan. And I think that's some really good points made on that. And Ashley, I think you made a good point that you'd like to start again. We'd all like to start again, but maybe head in a different direction to you. I'm not sure, but that gives us the opportunity. Stephanie, I think is well led to get us here, and I'm very happy that Claire's happy. Very happy. Because she's been grumpy for a long, long time. And you know that when you can keep ladies happy, then life becomes easier.
Do I need to turn your microphone off, Peter?
I think my reading of this as a draft, that ratepayers will be reasonably happy, and I think the cat is out of the bag. Will, I think you've let that cat out of the bag. Very hard to come back from there, but I think it's a good news story for us, and I'm really happy about that. I think the points have been made by staff that our statutory obligations will be met, and that's what we need to do. There's a lot of nice stuff that we could do, but statutory obligation as a regional council is our number one priority. And when I said that ratepayers will be happy, I'll give you a rundown of my area in terms of the weekly increase that this will mean. So in Timaru, 42 cents a week, Temuka 19, these are cents a week, Geraldine 15, Pleasant Point 33, Fairley 23, Waimate 15, Kurau 1.2 cents a week, and where I've got a place no to Matata, I'm getting a reduction. So I'm extremely happy about that. So well done to staff. I've really enjoyed the fact that when we've had presentations on the plan, that the financial information has been mostly being able to be answered at the table, and so that I'm really pleased about that. Carmen, thank you, and who else do I need to thank? Grant, obviously, and anyone else I've missed, I'm sorry. So thank you very much. Pretty happy to move this chair.
You've still got 2 minutes if you want to keep going.
Yeah, well,
shouldn't have said that.
Have I got a couple of things I need to say?
No. Well, I'm turning you off now. Thank you, everybody, for the respectful debate, and I really appreciate that. And again, thanks, staff, for everything that you've done here. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the 4 resolutions there, please say aye. All those against?
No.
Aye.
So who's against? Just the Mackenzie and Robinson. We'll note those, please. No, I think Joe was for. It's just a delay. Joe, can you just confirm you're for or against?
For.
Yeah, it was just the delay and the latency. All right, thank you. That's carried. What we'll do is we'll break for lunch now and then come into the rest of the council agenda at 1 o'clock. Thanks, team. Welcome back, everyone, to after the break. So we'll get into adoption of the Council's Local Governance Statement 8.2. This is on pages 14 to 16 of the agenda, pages 171 to 202 of the separately circulated attachments. Stephen Hill, General Manager of Governance, will introduce this report. Stephen, can you come to the table and say a few words?
Kia ora, Chair. Councillors, thank you. This is a fairly straightforward report to adopt the Local Governance Statement, which is a requirement under the Local Government Act. All councils are required to adopt and have such a statement active pretty much at all times. It's a document that sets out a series of prescribed information that needs to be available to the public about the council's structures and processes, how it engages with the community. This current update is in front of you now as a result of the local elections in 2025, and we are required to adopt an updated statement no later than 6 months after the local elections, which would be the 11th of April. Just noting our last update to this statement was in late 2024, December 2024, and that was following the review of committee structures at that time, and so those have been carried forward into this current update. The update that you have in the as a draft in the separately circulated attachment has the relevant updates, which include the council and committee memberships following the local elections, the outcome of our representation review, noting some staff changes, a brief note on the potential impact of the current reform process, and there are some other minor text updates, mainly just typographical. I do note we have the ability to delegate to the Chief Executive the ability to correct any minor changes and to make changes of minor effect. And I note a couple that have already been raised, and they would be to add at section 8.4 the Community Waterways Partnership, and at 9.5 to change the reference to zone committees to refer to local leadership groups. So happy to answer any further questions.
Any Councillor Mackay?
The Community Waterways Partnership, that had been previous General Council, and Councillor Davies is not there. He was one of the people that drove that as well. We haven't been able to re-engage with CCC around that, so that just basically fell off our recommendations. So can we just check on that before we add that, please?
Councillor Moody and Councillor Davis.
Yeah, by all means check. I mean, I'm on the partnership through the Styx River Trust, and it's going the same as always. So, yeah, I don't think anything's changed, but look into it by all means. Yeah.
Councillor Davis.
I believe when the Water Zone Committee that I was on last year, that's now finished, we were part of that Community Waterways project. So possibly that was the conduit with this organization, or is there supposed to be more representation?
Can I suggest that staff take that away? There was confusion last year and there were some actions taken, and I think we just need to land that and make sure everyone's on the same page. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I'll ask the resolutions to come up on the screen. Noting those points that have been raised in the discussion, we've got the three resolutions on the screen. Do I have a mover? Councillor Campbell, a seconder. Councillor Robinson. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Is carried. Next, moving into item 8.3, surplus property disposal, pages 17 to 20 on the agenda, with recommendations on pages 17 and 18. Giles Southwell, please come to the table, our Director of Corporate and Public Transport Services, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the paper as read. This relates to I'm requesting to Council to declare 3 properties surplus to requirements. 2 are connected with the Kayanga depot development that was opened a couple of years ago, and one of them is an earthquake-damaged building down in Tai Tapu. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from councillors on this paper? Councillor Campbell?
I just have one question, and there may be a clear answer that I'm just not seeing. Why would anybody want to remove an earthquake-damaged residential house? What would you expect them to do with it?
I think that's a matter for who decides to remove it. I think it can be connected, obviously, with where the damage is and the foundations and the piles. And if you move the building itself, then it can be put on a more stable platform going forward.
Any further questions? Councillor Scott? No. Okay. So we've got a Giles, thank you. We'll move back from the table. I have a mover in Councillor Scott for these resolutions and a seconder in Councillor Robinson. Any discussion on this?
Chair, just to say this gives us a tidy up of things that need to be tidied up.
Any further discussion? Excellent. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. 8.4, ratification of the Canterbury Local Authorities Triennial Agreement, 25 to 28. This is on pages 21 to 33 of the agenda, recommendations on page 21. Stephen Hill, General Manager of Governance, will speak to this report. Before he speaks, I'll just note that this was a continuation from the December 2025 meeting when we lay it on the table to have a further discussion with the Kai Whakahaere and Deputy Kai Whakahaere and leadership of Ngāi Tahu to see the appetite for them, especially in light of government reforms, resource management reforms especially, their appetite to be included in the Merrill Forum discussions. I'm pleased to say that in the interim time, Ngāi Tahu have been engaged. We've had a meeting at Ngāi Tahu and they have attended the latest Merrill Forum dinner. They didn't attend the meeting through a clash of diaries, but they intend on coming further meetings. They have consulted with their Papatipu chairs and they have made that call. That's a really good result, especially because they will need to be involved in the spatial planning and other things that roll out from the Resource Management Act reforms, and it just makes a lot of sense to have that relationship there. So that was why we delayed it and why now it's come back to the table. There's no substantive changes that we've made, but there is that relationship that has been built over that time. It was always there, but it's now just been a little bit more solidified. Stephen, have you got anything further?
Nothing really further to add, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This report is really just the mechanism to bring the agreement back to the table for Council's consideration and ratification, which I just note again is required by 1st of March.
Councillor Scott.
I'll move this again.
Do you have any questions? Oh, anybody got questions on this? Councillor Sunkel?
Just one briefly, the territorial authorities, there was some conversation amongst some councillors and others. They are fully on board and no dissent.
Yes, they are fully on board.
Just as they've got that. Thank you.
Councillor Megan Mackay?
Kia ora, I'm just trying to find the clause in the agreement, but I can't find the number, but it referred to Ngāi Tahu still having a meeting with the 10
yes.
Runanga chairs. So is that in addition to...
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So there will still be that annual intention to bring the Runanga chairs to the table to have a discussion, talk about what's going on from the Canterbury context. But it's really important that Ngāi Tahu have been offered to sit around the actual Merrill Forum table, especially in light of some of the discussions around Resource Management Act reform, implementing spatial planning committees, potential simplification for local government and all that sort of stuff. So it's a double-edged sword, double-edged approach.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I've got a mover, so if I get Stephen, you can step back from the table. Thank you very much. If I can please give... sorry. Councillor Scott was going to move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ward?
So I'll speak to that, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So although I'm in favour of doing this because I think it's just a mechanism that we require, I do have some concerns about the intent of having an agreement like this, and I would specifically refer to 7, 8 and 9 in the paper, which talks about appropriate levels of communication, coordination and collaboration amongst that group of people. And though we've got some disruptive views across the region in terms of where we should head with this, I think there's an opportunity for us to, not with this document obviously, but with the Mural Forum, to request more detail, because I think that we are hungry for detail on this. It says under 8 that the Triennial agreements may also include commitments to establish joint governance arrangements. Now, I know you've got 10 very important people in the room, plus Ngāi Tahu, at the Mural Forum, but there's a lot of councillors in Canterbury. I don't know how many, maybe 80, something like that, who rely on getting the bits from the Mural Forum to actually inform themselves about where we may be heading. So I think at this point in time, it's a very important issue that we have here. This agreement is a very important issue because it does actually bind people together through the Mural Forum. And I would suggest, Chair, and maybe CAG can help with this, is that if we have a better understanding about what people's intentions are. I mean, you've already made a commitment, you already made a comment that, hey, there's 8 in the room that think this and there's 2 in the room that think that. And if democracy rules at that forum, then the 8 rule. So, and we certainly don't understand the city at the moment, where the city's headed. We know that through our public transport, which we're going to talk about a bit later on about in Public Excluded, but we know that communication with the city at the moment on joint services are difficult. People aren't engaging with us. And so I'm not happy. I'm happy that we do this, but I'm not happy that we go forward with the black hole of information that can come through. I mean, the ministers are saying things, people are saying things, Te Kahaka are saying things. You know, you hear people in this room even saying, well, I spoke to Minister such and such and he said this and they said that. Well, I don't know. It's very confusing, Chair. And happy to move it, but that's a bit of a codicil there, actually.
Yeah, before I move to Deputy Chair Cranwell for a comment, I just wanted to say that the CE and I are trying to work a process to get the Mural Forum information to you as councillors. I know that there was a webinar that was had that I don't think was too helpful, but maybe it's an iteration of try and better to get more information. But what my commitment is to try and find a mechanism to get the reports, to get the information, the decisions that are made to you as councillors, so that there is no black hole. Because I know when I was sitting around the table that I had no idea what was going on in the Mural Forum. Now that I'm sitting at the Mural Forum, I'm like, yes, I do want council to know what's happening in those discussions, especially the outcomes that come from it, so that we can make better decisions around this table for what's coming. So that's a commitment that I'm made. Deputy Chair.
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I mean, it's good to hear that the Mural Forum is meeting with Ngāi Tahu in a sense, the Kai Whakahaere and the Deputy Kai Whakahaere. I was lucky enough to be in one of those hui, and just seeing the positivity with the majority of and all councillors agreed, or mayors agreed to have Ngāi Tahu in the room, and that's continued on to last week as well. So I'm happy for that. So I'm glad this was sat on the table in December, and it's come through now, and similar to Councillor Mackay, in a sense that, in that agreement that there will be a forum when they meet all the 10 Papatipu Runanga. So I'm happy to support this. Regarding information there, Councillor Scott, I did go to the webinar on Monday. It was a good start. It's probably could be better. but also the website as well. And then a question from Councillor Johansson from CCC was where's the agenda and everything. So they're going to make sure that their website is up to date and up to scratch, and so all that information will be there. So, in a sense, hopefully it won't be a black hole there, Councillor Scott, that future webinars will be a bit more maybe interactive as well, and that also all the information will be on that website. Kia ora.
Councillor Megan Mackay.
Kia ora. Just two things I want to speak to briefly. The first is about leadership through change, and whenever change is happening, that's where you see some really interesting behaviours actually come to surface. And have you ever heard the saying that when the tide goes out, you get to see who's been swimming naked? Well,
Not me.
Ultimately,
Sorry.
that's saying that change, the light will come. The daylight will come, and I just hope that we've been swimming fully clothed. That's all I care about.
I think the sun will come if there's a lot of no sun under my clothes.
Yeah. So that when we were in those forums, I remember last time we talked about this paper, we talked about you go into that room with all of our mana. We've put you in this place to speak for us, and as the tide goes out, we want to continue to make sure that we're showing true leadership. And as people are struggling through change, we just need to be reminded about how we actually responsibly act in that forum. And for me, because RMA is kind of the area that I'm most comfortable in, and hearing conversations come out or discussion that they might even be moving quickly through a process of potentially a joint committee for a spatial plan is quite concerning. And it means that we need to do a bit of catch up here to go, what are we sharing with Dion for Dion to take in? What's our message there? So still encouraging you to turn up with mana and to share a shared perspective. And regardless of how others will behave during change, what's most important is actually how we lead. And then that was the first thing. And the second thing was feedback on the webinar. I attended the webinar and it was over and done with, I think, in 11 minutes because it just went so fast. And so I guess the feedback I'd share is we might not be up to speed with your language or your work programs. Yeah. So if you could please share with Nigel to slow it down, do a little bit more introducing, because I walked away a bit not really. I didn't keep pace with what was being said.
Yes, no, I thought the same thing. So, and he kept saying mayors, not mayors and chairs. So, I'm going to give him some feedback. Anybody else want to make a comment on this particular paper? Okay, so, Councillor Scott, do you want to come back to you? You're good. Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Now, it's report items for information. No, did I skip one? Nope. Council Resolution Status Report, February 2026. Stephen Hill, General Manager of Governance. On behalf of David, will introduce this report. Over to you, Stephen.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, Councillors. Take the report as read, just as previously. There have been some updated items from the last version that came to you. Some completed items have moved off the spreadsheet, and we've noted progress or movement where we have information available on those. If you have any further questions for clarification, we do have directors and staff in the room who hopefully can answer any specific issues.
So any questions, Councillor Campbell and then Councillor Megan Mackay.
Just looking at resolution, the second one on the second page, I think it is. Nick Karakia, 6.3, that the Council requests that the Chief Executive provide a report back to the Council. I was just wondering when we can expect that report. Is there any progress?
Tēnā rā tātou. We were actually expecting a public deputation this morning from a representative of Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheke to provide us an update. Unfortunately, due to the severe weather last week, that has now been postponed, and that update will be coming hopefully in March.
You happy with that, Councillor Campbell?
I'm not entirely sure that we're looking at the same thing. It's that. So were they meant to be doing the report back? We've got here requests that the Chief Executive provide a report back to Council on the current compliance monitoring program. 6.3.
Oh, more taku here. I was looking at a different resolution. We'll bring TAF to the table for this one. Oh, it's this one here. Okay, sorry, more taku here, Councillor. On this particular one, I don't have a date when that report back will be coming to you. I will follow up with staff.
Councillor Megan Mackay and then Councillor Faulkner.
Just to note very quickly, 6.1, notice of motion, CNCL 2025-163, about the nitrate emergency has fallen off, and we'll just need to note that that needs to come back onto the list because we haven't completed 2 and 3.
Can you just say that in the microphone on so that everybody can hear?
Thank you, Councillor. That's noted, and we'll bring that back as appropriate. Thank you.
Councillor Faulkner.
24177, the representation review. Is there any point in even having it on the list anymore?
There was a commitment made in the previous triennium for the council to consider whether it would hold a representation review in this current term. Given the current environment of government reform, there's obviously uncertainty about what will proceed. So we're just keeping it in a on-hold pattern at this stage to see how that transpires.
Any further questions? Thank you, team. You can step back from the table now. May I please get the resolutions on the screen, and if there's anybody who would like to move that. Councillor Faulkner, any seconder? Councillor Davis? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Sorry, I just assumed that nobody wanted to speak to that. Does anybody want to speak to it? Did you want to say something about that? Very quickly, and then we'll move on. Sorry.
Yeah, just a second. Councillor Campbell's request for a date time frame around notion of motion for thanks, Whakarapo. Very interested in that one. Yeah, especially with all the flooding and everything going on, particularly timely. So cheers.
Thanks, Councillor Moody. Moving into previous committee activities and minutes, pages 40 to 49 of the agenda, recommendations on page 40. Stephen Hill, you're getting a good exercise workout today. General Manager of Governance for David will introduce this report.
Nothing substantive to add, Mr. Chair. The report stands.
This one is, we've got unconfirmed minutes from the Audit and Risk Committee. I was just going to invite the Deputy Chair of that committee, Councillor Ward, if you wanted to say anything or give an update about that.
Thanks, Chair Spiggs. I've really got nothing to add. It's all outlined there, obviously. We covered off the annual audit report to Council for the financial year 2024. We had got a really good presentation from Bancorp Treasury Services, and we talked about committee work plan and policy status update, assurance update, including internal auditing, audit and risk committee resolutions status report. We talked about insurance renewal update, which includes things material damage, business interruption, motor vehicles, public liability, professional indemnity, statutory liability, employers' liability, crime, fixed site, environmental liability, travel, marine hull have all been renewed from the 1st of November 2025. And then we talked a little bit about fraud, gift and hospitality registers and health and safety and wellbeing update.
Thank you. So is there anybody got any questions of either, probably not Stephen, but of the Deputy Chair of that committee for anything that happened on that? No, okay. Thank you, Stephen. You can step back now. Get the resolutions on the screen. Can I have a mover for those? Councillor Robinson, and seconded by Councillor Lamont. You were too late, Councillor Ward. Anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, carried. And next is a report from the Chair, 9.3. This is pages 50 to 55 of the agenda and pages 203 to 306 of the separately circulated attachments. That's 103 pages of other stuff, which is an indication of the amount of things that has been going on since our last council meeting, which has been absolutely substantive. So I'll take the report as read. You can see there we've done our submission to select committees. We've presented the Emergency Management Bill, Rates Capping, Simplifying Local Government and Planning Bill and Natural Environment Bill. I'll come to you in a second. Yep. To the government processes. Two of those were to select committee and two of those are just proposals from the government at the moment. I was up at Waitangi for the commemorations up there. Brief note on that, I was there in my capacity as the chair of the regional sector, obviously with my interest of the chair of the Canterbury Regional Council, so it was very useful. It's an amazing opportunity to go up there, and if anybody is ever thinking about going to Waitangi for Waitangi, it is probably the place to be to have those casual conversations that actually seem to stem other things from happening. It's the place and time that you reset, you start your year and you get on with it. It's deeply spiritual and deeply awesome. But the opportunity for me to have conversations with so many different people about what we're doing, what's happening with our regional sector, and also influencing or trying to influence potentially, the importance of, especially the conversations I was having around the functions of what our regional council does and how that will transpire into whatever is coming, because I think, especially from the conversations that we're having up there, that was the big focus. It was really useful to be part of a round table. It was almost half a day with the Northland Regional Council, the councils up, the three councils there, working with Pita Tipini, who's the chair of the Northland Regional Council, with the different ministers and agencies to see how they were coming together to think about and work on regionalising their unitary for Northland. That was a great opportunity to understand how others are potentially doing that. It doesn't necessarily work in Canterbury, but it was, but the minds of ministers and officials is that they're looking for ways that the simplifying local government can work for places at a bespoke way that delivers the services and the outcomes that they're trying to achieve there. We also need to recognise that we have had some severe weather events. There's been a number of people affected by that, and I just wanted to say a special thanks to Councillor Sunkel, our civil defence person, and the deputy chair of that committee, who has been a big part of that. And we've had a number of incident responses as well, and they're named there: the vessel incident at Nikau Palm, the stench from the local, from the Christchurch wastewater treatment. There's been a number of discharges and wastewater discharges into Corsair Bay, Cass Bay. All these things are deeply important in our function, and I just want to sort of recognise the staff who are working behind the scenes to both get information to me and to us as councillors and our core service leads, and also just for doing the work in those communities. I know that we had staff out there talking to members of the community for the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant, and the feedback that I had from that was very positive, that people actually felt like they were being listened to. So I think that's really really good. I've sent letters for the biodiversity strategy to try and get the endorsement to there. You'll see the key correspondence, and you'll see a whole page of different events that I've been at. I'm not going to list them all down, but it has been a very, very busy period. And then there's a kōrero from the Deputy Chair. I'll just hand it over to Yayan, the Deputy Chair, Cranwell, to say if he wants to say a few words.
I know just that working with the Chair on a lot of those programs, additionally to what's written on the paper, There is a lot on at the moment. I'm lucky enough I'm there to support Dion if he's away that I can fill in the roles, etc. But it is as it shows with the attachments and the amount of papers that's there, it just shows the amount of work that is kind of going on at the moment. So even though you probably see us here on a Wednesday and Thursday, there's a lot of other things going on. So, and then big ups to Dion in the last month. He has been, as we say, wee wah all over the place. But he's doing an awesome job. Kia ora.
Wee wah, that's a new one. Never heard that one before. Anyway, questions. I know I've got Councillor Robinson, you've got a question?
Just with regards to endorsement of the biodiversity strategy, I can see a letter to the City Council, but have you sent others correspondence to that effect as well? Other TAs and is there a list?
I think they all should be in the attachments, in the separately circulated attachments.
I've looked, but I can't see them. So many of them. It's only got the ones for the order of merit. I can't see the others.
Oh, right, that's the order.
I was wondering
yes,
what ones have gone out so far that all have? Or?
Yes, so everybody who was involved in the development of that strategy has been sent letters. There's been quite a few, so that's probably why
it's
they're not.
due back the first week of March, is that right?
Yeah, and we're starting to get those through. The staff will compile that. I imagine there'll be an update in the future about that. Councillor Megan Mackay.
Look, my question's not really to this report, but it's about process. So I think it's really helpful to see, like you're sharing with us a level of transparency of who you've been meeting with, yourself and the Deputy Chair, but it sits in my mind about, well, what about the rest of us? Because we all get invited by various community groups to go and have meetings or attend events. And this week it occurred to me that, well, what process am I following here? And so when I accept an invitation, I've started just to email governance just to let them know I'm going to the thing. But how do we have a general level of transparency of the things that we're attending as an Ekin councillor?
It's a good question. We have our weekly schedule. We have the weekly email. There's a lot of stuff there, but we can have a discussion if you want to do more than that.
Chair, can I have a go at that? Because what was instigated at one stage was the weekly report that the Chair and the Deputy Chair put together was supposed to highlight what you're saying as a permanent record of your involvement with the community. And other than creating another source or another funnel for that information, I would have thought that it can either be separate from your commentary, not as a footnote, but under your name or whatever. But I don't know if we need to duplicate the systems you've already got in place, Chair. That's my point on that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We've got that weekly stuff, but we can take it offline if you want. Yep.
Just have a follow-up for that. Yes. Are we meant to be emailing someone the weekly report because that doesn't actually cover all the things that we're doing? It doesn't actually. Where do they get that information from? Is what I'm asking.
I think if you're proactive, yeah, absolutely.
We have to email. So if we email,
I don't think you don't have a report card necessarily that you need to say, hey, look, I've done all of this or these things. But if you want things highlighted in those weekly emails, I know Councillor Gerard has done that before, just emailed governance and said that can be put into that weekly email, which is what Councillor Scott was talking about.
When does that come out? Like what day would you want the information by?
Let me come back to you on it. Because we usually compile that on a Friday. So if it's before Friday, to the governance or to Diane, I'll just check to see what the most appropriate place would be. Any further questions? Councillor Lamont.
Just furthering on from the wee wah, I just wanted to say wee wah because it sounds so good.
It's so good, isn't it?
And picking up on the general vibe in the room, really, we can all see, we're all busy, but we can see your incredible busyness at the moment. And for me, at times, it's like we together collectively are sort of Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones rather than just the Rolling Stones, all right?
I think that's outside of my era, so you might have to explain what you mean by that.
So, no, wait. You know, with us, you are everything. Without us, you are nothing, is a saying by somebody, or maybe it was me. You are me and I am you. And the nub of it all is we put our faith in you. Constituents put their faith in us. So we just always need to feel that really high degree of comfort. And so just more communication with us and between us will get us to where we need to go.
So are you asking for more communication than I'm doing? Because I thought I was doing pretty a lot.
I think really just in terms of when you are representing us at the moment with all this change and sort of giving our collective view as new things are being formed, for example, sort of within the mayoral forum and stuff, just to have conversations with us would be awesome.
Any further questions, comments? Councillor Moody, I can see you.
And I see you too, Dion. And I see all your work. And I'd like to, commend even just those little 3-minute updates you give us, like in the councillor time in the mornings, finding that really helpful to help to close the gap to your point. Because, of course, one wonders, well, what are you learning in those environments? And that's hopefully a very quick way. That doesn't require a big report or anything. Just keeping them coming every time you're talking to us. It's good. Thank you.
Councillor Cranwell, or Deputy Chair Cranwell.
Just for context, wee wawa, here, there and everywhere.
Councillor, did somebody else have something? Councillor Robinson?
Oh, sort of along the same lines as, I'm not going to say wee wah though. Well, I did actually, but yeah, just so the calendar stuff, I remember what worked well was when Diane, am I allowed to say her name here? Well, she was involved in coordinating sort of what was coming up in the next week, and you could feed into that. It was just one place where interesting meetings took place. But otherwise, if we put it in our diaries and make it open and there's private stuff, there's confidential, whatever. But the open stuff should be free for all. And surely that's easily compiled from our diaries? No?
No.
There must be some...
Everybody uses their diary probably slightly differently, which it's probably
we'll
find a proactive way for people to feed into that weekly. Well, some people are doing it already, so we'll do it, but we'll just formalise a process for that. Anybody else? No? Okay. We will just on your point there. I think with my other hats on, this council is getting a lot more information than probably most other councils would be getting at the moment and what's going on. So I think we're quite in a good space about how we are positioning ourselves for what is to come. And I think that's a benefit to us at the moment. And I think it's really good. Yes, I am busy and it does require me to be all over the place. But from our decision-making point of view, you've got a heck of a lot more information than I think most other councils, regional councils anyway, are having. And you're having it a lot earlier. So, I'm not sure what much more I can do, but I'll always take feedback and try my best to make sure that everybody is informed. I'll move this. Anybody want to second it? Deputy Chair. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. So the next is the recommendation to go into public excluded is on page 56 to 57 of the agenda. That's Stuart Gibbon, Jesse Burgess remain after the public has been excluded for item 10.2.3 of the public excluded agenda as they have knowledge relevant to the matters under consideration. And that at whatever time it is, 1:40. The resolution to exclude public is set out in pages 56 and 57. Move. Who seconded? So Deputy Chair Cranwell moved, seconded by Councillor Robinson. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. We're back. Oh, excellent. So we're now back in the public meeting. The next council meeting will be held on the 25th of March 2026 at 10:30 a.m. We will hold the karakia till the end of the next briefing. So what we'll